Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the €165 Polish Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear. Let me know in the chat. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. I'm going to refresh the page here. Looks like it's a bit choppy. Let's see if that's fixed the issue. Doesn't seem to have. One moment, please. Testing. 1, 2, testing. Alrighty, folks, let's try that one again. Still sounds like I'm in a bin. One moment, please. Trying to get the audio fixed immediately. Testing. 1, 2, testing. Alrighty, folks. Let's try that again. Can you hear me loud and clear? Testing 1, 2. We've got to go ahead that it sounds much better. Therefore, I will do the introductions one more time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the €165 buy-in. It's the Polish Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Quite the mouthful, quite the event we have taking place here. 21 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 1,838. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. Small blind is 100k, big blind is 200k, with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. See some regs in the house. What's up, Bird? What's up, Apocalypse? What's up, Quick and Concurrent? Great to have you with us. Let's get to the action. How are you all doing on this Monday afternoon? Very nice weather here in Ireland. Got a really nice morning routine done. Hope you're all keeping well, whether you're tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website kingsresort.com. As Bird says, why are you surprised about the bad connection? It's Ireland. Surprising anyway how we can even have internet there when dwarves and elves don't even have a smartphone or a computer. I don't think I'm a dwarf or an elf. More of a mountain troll. I like to think of myself as a centaur. Now I'm in my mid-30s. Half man, half horse. I will not be defeated. 21 remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €752. This is a bit of a different format than what we are used to. It is a mystery bounty. Trappez. Gonna raise to 550k. Small blind with 10 bigs. Pocket fours. Sometimes we might rejam this one against a late position open, but this is from under the gun, so I'd be just more inclined to let it go. Especially with a limited amount of fold equity, maybe no fold equity in something like a mystery bounty. I'm new enough to mystery bounties, have played some of them online. They're very popular format at the moment. Bird says, did they finally cut off the internet? So for unicorns and magicians, so that Dan has a better connection. Great. Milky's all in. 0.3 big blinds. Good luck all in, Milky. Funny name. He's going to need a lot of help to get back in the tournament from just 0.3 of a big. stranger things have happened at the King's Resort. Average stack almost 7 million. Hope you all had a good Paddy's Day. Paddy's weekend. St. Patrick's. The day he drove out the snakes. Allegedly. Mehmet is all in over the top here. Trying to provide some protection for Milky. And Zay, I believe that's how you pronounce that. Or we could call him AI. Maybe the X is silent. King Queen off suit for him. 9.1 bigs for him to call. Well, I do predict we will see him call in a mystery bounty format. He does flick it in, and we are off to some form of a race where Mehmet has 64% equity. 22 bigs and change in this one. Big moment for both players involved. King, Jack, 10, all hearts. Very nice flop for the King Queen. Mehmet in a lot of trouble now. You see the turn. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Lady of the night needed on the river. It doesn't arrive. It's the 10 of spades. Too early in the day for the lady of the night. We do say goodbye to Mehmet. That means we are down to 19 players. And Zai will take that one down. The Zai. Let's have a look at who we have at this table, at the feature. Mehmet, Milky. Well, we just lost Mehmet. We have Mikael Bubel. A play on words for Michael Bublé, maybe. Z from Lithuania. Christopher Campesano, who we know has a few hundred K in tournament live earnings. Benjamin Blatt. Olaf, who we've seen at the feature table before, from the Czech Republic. And Marek Dostal, also from the Czech Republic. We've got Italy, Germany, Poland, Netherlands, and the Czech Republic, of course. All being featured under one roof. If you're just tuning in, you're watching all this action take place on a 30-minute delay, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Look at those graphics in the background. Very sexy indeed. Maybe we'll just have a catchphrase there with the line saying, "They're great." Was a play on the cereal Frosties, in case you didn't get that one. Maybe they don't have Frosties in your country. I don't know. Very popular cereal when I was growing up. I'm super cereal, you guys. All the time is in the house. Of course he is. What's up, buddy? Did we start with 24 today? I believe we did. After our mammoth stream the last time. 16 hours it took to claim a champion. It was a record-breaking field. All the time says, Dan, they're great. Yes. In the time I spoke to you last, I've actually watched the entire Sopranos again. I don't know whether that's nearly embarrassing to say, because it took me over 60 hours. It just sort of happened out of nowhere. I got hooked. I've been going around the house and the garden talking like Tony Soprano. I can't help it. Could be that Italian blood in me. You've got no idea what it means to be number one. It's the jacket. I'd say there's a lot of Sopranos fans out there. Hey, oh with the O's. Puggle said, surely after last week I should be walking around like Conor McGregor. Oh, geez, I could say a few things there, but I won't. I just won't. I'll respectfully decline. walking around like you're bigger than Prince. Florian Belan, a man that needs no introduction whatsoever. I would hazard a guess that he is the most competent player left in this field. Very accomplished pro. Christopher Campesano. So even though we had a field with very low buy-in, we have the cream rising to the top, as is tradition here. Florian Belan and Christopher going head-to-head in this one on the 6-5-3-8 board. €45. Not the biggest bounty to be pulling, but hey, every little helps. Campesano will take that one down. Paco says, for any UFC fans in the chat who didn't know, Conor has decided to run for the Ireland presidency, not realising the president doesn't hold much power in Ireland. Yes, it is Michael D. Higgins who is our current president. He likes those after eights in the tiny little packets. Yes, not a position that McGregor's going to get. He'd be better off going for something else. Michael D. Higgins, highly respected, has earned his stripes for sure. I don't think it'd be a fair fight, however, unless Michael D. Higgins has a wand and can cast a few magic spells. You were on about dwarves earlier. He's not the biggest of men. Yes, to try not to get into too much talking about religion or politics on this channel, considering it dominates the rest of our lives. It's a nice place to come to escape from all of that, I like to think. €229 mystery bounties were in this prize pool. Prize pool was €300,000, by the way. And just trying to see what big bounties remain. I see one for 4.5 grand. Bird says, okay, let's stop that. Sorry for the comment. I started this. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise to absolutely nobody. Smack the head off you, will you? You're looking at the King of Dublin. And Zai will take that one down. I don't know what way to pronounce XAI, really. Zai sounds good to me. Bit of strategy talk here with 18 players remaining now. The likes of Florin Balan with a stack size of the guts of 80 bigs to start this hand is going to be a force to be reckoned with. A lot of players in this field won't have played for this kind of money before. That's going to play into the pros' hands massively. The likes of Christopher Campesano, Florin Balan just getting moved to the table. Really want to watch out for these guys today. Master at reading people's emotions, body language, etc. So great at applying pressure in the exact right spots. And I'm delighted to see him in the field. This is a man you can learn from. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Looks like we've got some classic rock in the background. Some of the shorter stacks will need to not let themselves be bullied in certain situations, want to be re-jamming more frequently. Florin Bilan capable of opening super wide here on the button. 9-5 of diamonds. Not a bother to him. Off to the flop we go. Zai is going to defend with the Queen 9 offsuit. Ace Jack Jack is the flop. We bet like 350 here. Quarter pot even. 250. 300. $300K is the bet. Not much Zai can do now. I stand corrected. Zai is going to see a turn card with just Queen High. Got some backdoors working for him. That's one of them. Now picks up a good shot straight draw. Problem with calling on a flop against a man of Florin Bilan's caliber is you've got to have a plan, and it looks like he does have a plan. Okay. This kid's got Maxi. He ain't backing down. Gonna lead now for 900K. The lead seems strange considering Florin Bilan will have a lot of Jack X in his range, can have a lot of Ace X in his range, will have other hands he can continue with, like King Queen might call to see a river. I know we blocked that. On this occasion, he's got 9 high, and into the muck it goes. Nice play by Zai. Don't like calling the flop there unless we do have a plan on the turn. He had a plan on the turn, did pick up some equity, bet into Florin, and took it down. Zai obviously coming after the wrong guy, but with the ace-8 suited deciding to 3-bet here. I don't think Florin's going to be going anywhere for that size. And if you want Florin to get him to fold pre here, you're going to have to make it larger. It's way too small of a sizing for my liking, and Florin wants to see 3. It is ace-4, 3. Does pick up a good shot straight draw. We might see some money go in here on the flop. Zai's not going to be shutting down. Actually deciding to go into check call mode to control the size of this pot. I would prefer to just call from the small. Yes, we're going to be out of position against Florin's opening range from the cutoff, but a lot of good things can happen, and we don't want to be playing huge pots against a man of Florin Bilan's caliber. Now the flop goes check, check. We're going to see where we're at on the turn. We can see it's a great card for Florin with the straight, of course. Obviously easy when he turns the straight. And the only move here for Florin is the call, of course. Again, I stand corrected, deciding to try get more value right here, right now. I don't think this makes much sense for Florin to be bluffing here on the turn. The jig is up now. I think Zai is just going to have to put his hand in the muck. Having said all that, it's unlikely that Zai would 3-bet with a 5 in his hand, so Florin can rep a 5 because he's going to have more 5x than Zai. And if Zai did 3-bet with a hand that contained 5x, we most likely would see him c-bet on the ace-4-3. Florin trying to get more value there from a hand that decided to check, like a big hand like ace-queen, ace-king, ace-jack. Sometimes he will get called on the turn by hands like that. But in general, I would much prefer to just call on the turn and hopefully get another bet from your opponent on the river. And if not, if he checks, we can make a sizing that we feel like will get paid from a hand that I aforementioned, like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack. And here's a big hand developing. Benjamin Blatt all in from the big blind with queens. Christopher calling from the small trap as the original opener in the cutoff with ace-8 off suit. I say a big hand developing. I don't think Trappers can be calling this one, and Christopher is going to be too rich for his boots. Benjamin's going to take down a very nice pot, uncontested, of course. With queens, doesn't mind a call, would be hoping for a call, I would assume. It's going to be too many chips for Chris. So the Queen's taking that pot down. Florent Berlin opening the ace-9 of hearts here from under the gun. Still 18 players remaining. We will have a redraw when 16 players remain. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8. From there, we will be playing down to a final table. So with 18 players remaining, they're all guaranteed €885. Kings here for Trapez. 415, he makes it. 997 is the flop. Milan making a standard defend here with the ace-7 of hearts. Checking it over to Trapez. The trapeze. $620 is the bet, $620 is the call. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Becoming a very straighty, flushy board, even though it's paired. Trap is going to go for external value here on the turn to get paid by a 7. Some straight draws, some flush draws. Obviously hoping Florent Berlin doesn't have a 9. Strabba's taking that one down with a second barrel.
Zai with pocket sevens, making it 450 to go around to Florin in the small blind. Just going to call with the tens. Bilan flopping a set on the 10-8-5 flop. Zai with 2 cards over his sevens. Not going to deter him from betting. He'll bet somewhere around 325, 350. Goes for 325. Quadzilla in the house. 10 of hearts rolling off on the turn. Nearly 2 million in this pot now. The difficulty is for Bilan. Very unlikely he's going to get more value for his quads. Again, this is the third time I have not expected to see a bet here. It looks like he is reaching. And if he's reaching, how much is he looking to bet? About half pots seems good if you're trying to get a draw to fold. So he does go for 800k. The issue here is an 8 is not going to fold on the turn. Might get value from a 5, although that's very unlikely. Does deny equity against hands like Jack 9, etc. Maybe even 6, 7, 7, 9. Although we blocked that significantly. Two of hearts rolling off on the river now. 3.5 million in this one. And looks like Bilan is going to lead in case his opponent, river to flush, has an overpair. Don't want him to see him bet too big. I was going to say somewhere around 1.4 million sounds good. Goes for 1.35. And now some of those draws I aforementioned miss if they didn't contain hearts. The issue I have with having pocket sevens is we block a lot of the draws we would want our opponent to have. We unblock hands like Jack 9, which is good. But overall, I think it's a bit of a stretch to call on the river, even though we are getting a good price. Does decide to call Florin Bilan, knowing that Bilan is capable of bluffing. Can have hands like Queen Jack that miss as well. Queen 9. There are actually a lot more draws than I mentioned there. Not just the Jack 9. Perhaps for that price he wants to call. However, I wouldn't have got to the river in that manner. Would have just checked the turn and then called a small bet on the river instead of having to call 2 streets or betting On the turn, bloating the pot for us to call. Nearly 1.5 million on the river. Does put Milan at almost 100 big blinds. We are very close to a redraw now. Trappez with 38 bigs. Christopher Campesano with 37. Olaf with 34. Benjamin Blatt with 28. And Zai, 16 bigs. Still very comfortable. Great structures in these events. Pretty much every event at the King's Resort. That's where you're watching all this action take place from. If you're just tuning in for the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty Final Day. Let's see what you think of that one in the chat. Stratus in the house. What's up, Stratus? That's why Milan is the best. Finds a way of getting extra value there. A lot of players would just check the river in the hope that your opponent will bet for a third time. Milan realizing it's very unlikely that his opponent is going to bet the river and will most likely check, and has a middle strength hand and therefore wants to get extra value. Very well played by Florin Milan. Christopher Campesano, who's really rose to fame there in the last year, getting lots of scores at Kings. Just going to verify that. I did see him at some of the bigger buy-ins at the WSOP E, if I remember correctly. Yes, total live earnings 334,000. Did win himself a bracelet. Of course, he won the mini main event. I was commentating for that one. 213,950 euro. That's what I was trying to say. A lot of his winnings coming last year, at least 2/3. A prominent figure now at Kings. Stratus is off on his holidays in less than 48 hours to Thailand. Wow. Popclip wants to do the word of the day in 5 minutes. We're going to do the word of the day after the break, I think is better. Thank you, please. $17 players remaining now. One elimination away from the redraw. Pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed more than €1,000 now. 1,025 to be precise. Milan picks up a monster with the blinds going up to 150, 300, 300. Looks like we're playing 1 hour blinds, which I think is very, very long length of blinds for a €165 buy-in. That's why they're some of the best structures you'll find anywhere in the world. Best structures in Europe, I would say. If I had to hazard a guess. Real Rusty's in the house. What's up, Real Rusty? Mal Gadsby's in the house. What's up, Mal Gadsby? 986 is the flop. Campesano flopping. Pair, good shot, straight draw. Neither player with a club in hand will go check, check on the flop. Turn is the deuce of hearts. Turn quickly going check, check also. River is the king of clubs. Bland happy to check it down. Not wanting to get check raised on the river. But I'm in raising in the hijack pocket nines. Trapez is going to take down that hand with pocket sevens. And dealer, stop dealing. I believe 16 players remain now, and that means we are going on a break for a little over 15 minutes to do a redraw. And when we come back, we will have 2 tables of 8 and be playing down to a final table from there. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Great to see such stars left in the field, such as Florian Belan and Christopher Camposano. I'm excited to see how this one's going to unfold. Things are just heating up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kozar on the button with a suited ace Jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he's shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him I was
I think
like,
Kolozar
"We need an hour."
having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long. too.
people tend to lean the
long?
3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly
You can go
worse
to the button
post flop.
there, you don't have a reservation
yeah,
at the restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you'll be
ace-jack of
done in
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar
It's
to
not pumping enough just up
dodge
there.
this situation. I'm not so sure Kolozar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolozar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently, so just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolozar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolozar is probably looking for an amount where he could get his. He checks back. Wonderful play.
Really,
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
what's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolozar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolozar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolozar, and
That's the
quite
thing.
content.
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired, and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick,
175.
fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace-queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's
25
looking for a
ranks.
reason to put it in, and I think
I don't
he's
know how
going
much is this.
to follow through here.
Yeah. 6. 30.
I think he's sit. Yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Well, Sean was already
Die checks nogmaals vallen juist.
No.
3 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh,
No.
no, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
Your king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen
available
by
as
your
I
ace.
think he would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
on a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of like tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build the stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deeb and the over opening of Olszewski as well.
Well, look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, Queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing. Does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and
my
he
gosh.
also finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a long time.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his.
True. Depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K.
There we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it. And that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. 16 players remaining now in the Polish Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty, live from the King's Resort in Rozwadov. We still have Florin Bilan at this table. We have Catalin Diak, Christopher Campesano. We have Maxim Sinofontov. Wouldn't be a day at Kings without me mispronouncing some names. Thomas Kral, Miroslav Slovacek, Yuri Heidka. All welcome to the feature table. Romania, Germany, Italy, Lithuania, Czech Republic, all being represented. 2 tables of 8 remain. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,025. Next pay jump is to €1,165. It is all to play for here on this Monday afternoon. Greetings wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. All chasing the first prize of €23,400. Not so bad for a buy-in of only €165. Still a couple of big booties. One for €4,500. Few 1K bounties left. None of the 2K bounties remaining. Don't forget about those tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe also. How could we ever forget about those? ECW King is in the house. Yep, a snap. All the way from down under, the Australian alien. Dropping by to say hi. G'day, mate. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're about to have a big all-in on our hands. I say big all-in, just meant that they have Ace, King, and Kings. I only have a 6.4 bigs remaining. It is all-in and call. Jack 4 is the flop. Five of spades hits the turn. Ace needed on the river, but it is the Queen of Diamonds. Zai will double up. Christopher Campesano forced to pay the man. That hand plays itself, of course. Just getting around to possibly the greatest comment I've ever seen on the chat in my 3 years of commentating. Strata says, I think Kings should award Dan a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Take a bow. That comment gets a gold star. Couldn't agree with you more. Yappa Snaps, and how are you, my favourite Irishman? Richie's in the house. Hello, Dan. Greetings from the Netherlands. Netherlands getting voted the top 10 place in the world to live, as seen on a poll last week. Yappa Snap says, oi, you're getting good at that accent. Yeah, not too bad. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I was rewatching The Sopranos recently. But then I was thinking of watching Mr. In Between for the 5th time, but I haven't got around to click and play on that yet. What a amazing season. There's a couple of seasons of entertainment, that is. All is good with me, yes, apart from having the curtains pulled on this glorious day in Ireland. The weather is beautiful. I can hear lawnmowers outside. Hopefully you can't hear them. Hence why I have the windows shut. Puckliff says that comment is getting pinned. Yes, pin that comment. I will say, Snap, it is a very impressive accent, all right, the Australian accent, but it's a bit lackluster on stream because I can't curse, and you do use a lot of cursing, maybe nearly as much cursing as the Irish or the Scottish. We do see three-way action to the flop here. Catalin with ace king of spades. Florin with pocket sevens and all the chips. Miroslav defending with 10-5 suited. Fine. I actually prefer it to even fold out hands like 10 deuce, 10-3, 10-4, 10-5 off or suited. But you are getting an amazing price. 10-6 suited plus, definitely defending. Definitely not going to be giving out to him about it. Just want to be a bit more wary. We're calling against an under the gun open and Florin calling under the gun +2. Catalin with the nut flush on the turn, albeit on a paired board. Wants to go for about half pot here, try to get paid. Well, sorry, somewhere around $1 million. Goes for 700k. I might size up slightly here on the turn, because if your opponent has a queen or flush draw, they're still going to, or straight draw even. Maybe 700k is fine. I just want to try to get a little bit more value considering we are multi-way, but we do have the deck crushed in a sense. River is the king of hearts, 3.65 million in this pot, and now it's decision time for Catalin to see how much they think they can get paid. Not a board the Florin's going to be paying off with pocket sevens. But hey, God loves a trier. Catalin's going to bet about 1.6 mil here, I would assume, to try to get paid. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, 1.5 is fine. I'm going to say, because the straight comes in, hands like king, queen, might pay off. It would be tough to get paid when we have ace king of spades there. Catalin does win another pot. Strada says, wait, I will curse for you, Dan. There you go. Some good old curse words. Great. Yappa Snap wants to know, can you check? Well, if you're yeah, if you're in position and check back with the nuts will be quads in that example, then you could get in trouble, of course. There's a bit of the Beatles playing in the background. Trip down memory lane, eh? Apocalypse wants to do today's word of the day. Go ahead, caller. Long time listener, first time caller. Chris going to min raise at the hijack. First half calls from the small, King 8 off suit. Catlin calls in the big, 9-5 of diamonds, three-way action. To the flop, Queen 10-6 is the flop. Gets checked through. The 9 of clubs rolls off on the turn. Catlin now has the best hand. Doesn't look like it on that board. $8.50 is the bet, and Catlin will fold. Faint B saying Ace-7 off. Is this standard raising the hijack? It is for Christopher Campesano with 15 bigs there. So as we get shallower and closer to the final table, having an ace blocker in the cutoff is actually pretty good. Because players have to be tighter. It actually is a better raise off 15 bigs than it would be off, say, 35 bigs, 25 bigs. The shallower we get, the better that blocker is. These players can't play against a back against us. They need to kind of have a hand because it looks stronger. Maximum raise to 800k. Ace Queen off suit. Apocalypse says, and the word of the day is antitious. Wondering what our ancestors would think of all of this, haunted by the awareness that our world was designed by the dead, who spend their lives trying to flesh out every detail, but never got to see how it all turned out, who might well think of the present as an impossible dream, a missed opportunity, or the end of the world as they knew it. Well said, Alfie. Well said. Yuri is going to raise to 1.5 million. I don't particularly like raising here. I would prefer to just call, especially when we've backdoor diamonds working for us also. Actually, that doesn't even matter. We have the deck crippled here with trips. Does get the value of his raise right here, right now from Ace Queen. However, turn is the Jack of Hearts, and now just going to be seeing Yuri jam, one would think. And in she goes, and up she flew. And for Maxim, he's going to have to fold now. Does pick up a straight draw. Can beat some hands that would check raise that might have turned equity in the form of a flush draw. So semi-bluffing on the flop. Not quite a semi-bluff, but backdoor semi-bluffing with the check raise. Can pick up, my whole point, you can pick up a straight draw with a hand like Queen 9 or Hearts to pick up a flush draw, to pick up a penguin. And now for Maxim, he doesn't really want to have a queen, even though it's not the Queen of Hearts. You would prefer to have a different ace-x if you were going to call this one. Because Yuri's not going to have a 4 anymore. And he can have some mid pairs. Just going to have to let it go. Yuri takes down that one and adds 2.4 million to his stack. I like that word of the day, Apocalypse. VP says I got min clicked a lot on this board texture and they always had trips. And MP says I heard someone around here likes to whiff a willy or two in their spare time. We have and MP and Yapasnap in the same chat at the same goddamn time. Fireworks are going off. I predict a riot. Send location. Faint B says I would have checked to make it feel like my raise steal failed. I actually think that that's a great strategy, but when the heart rolls off, it makes it look like we could have a combo draw or picked up a lot of equity on the turn, like I said, in the form of a straight draw or a flush draw. So that is a card that we would continue barreling if we did have some of those draws. So therefore, I would actually prefer to check on more of a dry card on the turn. Zai's all in for 4.45 million, and I really don't like shoving 15 bigs with queens. Such a nutted range when we do this. But it doesn't matter because Catelyn has aces on the button. And these chips were going in the middle one way or another. Obviously going to Hollywood a little bit here for the players behind Catelyn. Just decide to just shove. Predicted to just see a call. Much of a muchness. Nearly 10 million in this pot. Queens against aces. 10-5-3 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of hearts. There are no queens left in the deck, so I don't know how you could be calling for one. Zai has been eliminated. Catelyn scoops the booty. We now have 15 players remaining. So 15 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €1,165. Yuri min raising with the Queen Jack off suit, taking down the blinds and antes. Yuri picking up a monster here in the cutoff. Cutoff against big blind. Christopher might rejam this one. Sometimes this is going to play very well as a rejam against an aggressive opener from the cutoff. But with 15 players remaining, it's just going to call. And I think that's the wiser choice of the two. King, 3, deuce is the flop. You see how much equity Christopher has against the ladies. Flop going to quickly go check, check. Turn is the 4 of spades. Now, I think Chris wants to start betting the majority of the time. Checking also totally fine. We want to be pot controlling here, even especially when we're out of position with 15 remaining. Flop goes check, check. Turn goes check, check. Where's the rest of the pot, you might ask? Might see some more of that pot here now with the 5 of clubs rolling off. And Chris a straight and the nut flush. $1 million is the bet. And Yuri insta-mucks the queens. Chris taking that pot down and is now playing 23 big blinds. Bilan flopping a set here on the ace queen 3 flop. Cut off against big blind. Standard stuff pre. Thomas Krall with a piece of the board. And I bet about 350 here in Bilan's shoes. Or maybe he's wearing sandals. Goes for 350. Turn is the 9 of clubs. I'm betting 1.15 million. Thomas in a tough decision. Does he want to call a second time? A lot of the time, I will just let this go on the turn, knowing what Bilan's capable of on the river. This is where stack distribution is super important. Florian Bilan has all the chips, and if we call on the turn, we're hoping that the river is going to go check, check, and if it doesn't, we're just going to be forced to fold our hand. So therefore, a lot of the times, you will see players just fold on the turn instead of being faced with a very difficult river decision for their tournament life. Case in point, Florian did have it on this occasion. He's capable of firing with a variety of hands on turn and river there. And that is why he is so dangerous and he is so good and a force to be reckoned with in this tournament with 15 players remaining. $1.1 million is the bet here from Thomas on the ace-5-3. Miroslav in the big. blind v blind action here. Both players with not much post. They both have a straight draw. Miroslav's better than Thomas's, but he is the one who bet. Miroslav is the one who knocks. Not quite. Just calling. 4.1 in this pot. Stacked pot ratio less than 1-to-1. Thomas going to check it over. Both players very, very unlikely to have an ace here, by the way, which is very important. Miroslav going to bet 1.5 million. And that one was a case of who wanted it more. Miroslav shows the bluff. I don't think that's a hand where Thomas can continue firing on the turn. However, it is extremely unlikely that either player has an ace in that hand. Campesano against Bilan. We could see some money go in here because Bilan has the second enough flush draw. Little does he know, Christopher has this board crippled. So just want to bet really small here and does go for the minimum 300k. Rusty says, in the corner of my eye, it says even 2% seems so unrealistic here. It really does, doesn't it? Bilan not wanting to see a heart roll off. Well, little does he know he doesn't want to. There's the 5 of diamonds, and Bilan won't lose any more money. Sad times for Chris that he won't get paid any more money. Chris bets 600k. Blan wondering if he was to make a move here, what he could get Chris to fold. Perhaps just wants to pay with king high. It's a bit of a stutter step. Yeah, you can see it. Even when he's calling there, you get a smile on his face, knowing how often he's going to be beat. You're going to show Chris how light Blan is willing to call down on the river. So a lot of info to be taken from that hand. Pocket says, good to see after 9 months those astronauts landed back safely in the Gulf of America. Yeah, about time they returned to Earth. Maybe he said, how come you feel like it's unlikely he raised 2.5x pre-flop? That was probably a couple of hands ago. I'm kind of a bit lost with that one. Always here to answer your questions, though, of course. Imagine Dan not being paid for 9 months for commentating. Paid? I do this for the love of the game, mate. Bill Rusty says turn check and 2 big blind river bet is callable with king, I guess. It was small blind versus big blind with the jack 4 against the jack. You said it's unlikely someone has an ace. Well, the small blind can have more ace X, but the big blind, it's very unlikely the big blind would have much ace X because he'd re-jam those pre. Magic Elsa wants to know what bounties are still in place. We do have that information. But I see what you're saying there, Faint B. The small blind can have some ace X, although I have to see the exact stack depth it was, but some of the ace X sub 20 bigs is just going to rip blind v blind. We do have a couple of big booties in place. 4.5 grand. Ticket was pulled for the WSOP main. Kotlin is going to stuff it on Miroslav with the 6s. Good aggressive rejam. Standard enough stuff nonetheless. So there's one big bounty left. I thought there was more bounties than that. A couple of 450s in there, a couple of 135s, and a couple of 45 euros. But hey, still pay for a few rounds at the bar. And is going to go watch some COD, because if I stay here, I'll get FOMO and will not sleep. Well, you've got to remember, it's a very different time zone for ye folks. Must be 2 a.m. in Australia. Maybe even later. Nice of you to join us, and MP, and talk to you again. No doubt. No diggity. Go enjoy your cod. You smell like fish. I'm only codding you. I'll get my coat. Maxim raising under the gun here with the ace deuce off suit. Don't try that one at home. Not a good combination to be raising into a full table with 15 players remaining in this tournament. Off that stack there, Balan does complete in the big. Is going to check call a bet of 500k. The turn is the 7 of diamonds. Now, the reason Balan is hanging around on the 6-4-3 is that this board favors his big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from under the gun. So we might very well see Balan lead here for about 1.2, 1.3 million. Does go for 1.2. And Maxim will put his hand in the muck. The reason that Balan floated there, very nice play from Florin, is it was a very small price for him to see the turn card, and there's a lot of things that he can donk on the turn. Case in point, a straight card, and takes down a nice pot. Good off betting 450k. Maxim defending with the 7-6 off suit. Ace-9 deuce. Catlin going to rep some of this flop. Maxim raising to 1.2 million. A non-believer. I am not the biggest fan of raising here. Not much backdoors helping us. Of course, we can pick up a straight draw. Just a non-believer of Catlin's C-bet. Catlin. Well, the backup plan, really. Good call there, hoping for a heart or a straight card. Just forced to let it go. Maxim takes down that pot. Needs to be careful with those raises, although it did work on this occasion. Blinds have gone up. Bilan is going to mix things up with a limp here on the button with a nice hand like Queen Jack offsuit. Maxim is going to want to see a flop here with King 5 offsuit. Have to be careful with those calling ranges or completing ranges even when we are unsuited. And now he's going to dunk. Chris gets out of the way. Not sure what the issue here is. It looked like perhaps Maxim was going to check and then decided to bet. Florin will call. Loves that turn. Maxim betting 1.2 million here on the turn. Now, there's not going to be much ace-x in Florin Bilan's limping range on the button, I would think. Bilan trying to get more value because he believes Maxim is going to have a hand like King 10, maybe a combo draw. Wants to get more value from a flush draw, straight draw, or a two-pair combination. Not too many two-pair combinations the more I think about it. Very unlikely that his opponent donked with a hand like Ace-10 or Ace-6. And obviously can't have Ace-King. Again, I think we might be just better off calling if we are Florin Bilan. Having said that, if you believe your opponent has two pair, you want to get more money in here on the turn. Puts Maxim in a tough spot. Can't really call here. Going to be so many bad rivers. And if Florin Bilan is raising here on the turn, very unlikely he's just going to check back on the river. So we put ourselves in this position. This is a great example of compound mistakes. We completed pre. Not the worst complete in the world, but when we're unsuited, it just doesn't play too well post-flop, especially against a man of Florin Bilan's caliber. We then led into our opponent on the flop. Two opponents that were sandwiched in between. And we've bet again on a very unfavorable turn card. And then forced to put our hand into the muck. Bilan takes down another pot. Thomas with the aces. Balan going to limp again in the cutoff this time. I would have thought Balan would just be raising a lot, especially with these kind of combinations. Obviously wants to play a lot of small pots in position. I can get behind that, of course. He just has so much chips. Max, I'm going to make it 1.5 mil. With 10-9 off suit, nearly 4x. Again, not the best hand to do this with. Thomas now shoving over the top for just 12 bigs, and we've already invested 4. It is 7.8 bigs more for us to call. 14 players remaining now, so we'll be playing 7-handed at both tables. The issue now we have is in a mystery bounty, even though there's not many mysteries left to be pulled. He's in for too many pennies, decides he's priced in. But calling here leaves us with 4.7 bigs if we lose, and Thomas rates to have a pretty strong hand to be shoving over a 4x and a limp. Nonetheless, 10.2 million in this pot as we see the flop of King Jack 3. Maxim now needing a lady. A lady of the night in the afternoon. Finds it on the turn. And now Thomas needing help as we hit the river. Pretty disgusting turn card, all things considered, but gets there on the river with the 10 of diamonds rolling off. Boom goes the dynamite. Thomas getting there. Wow, what a hand. A bit of rough justice. So sick to lose with aces against 10-9. And then boom, on the river. 10 of diamonds rolling off. Florin Balan with 60 bigs, Catlin with 41, Thomas with 26, Chris with 20, Yuri with 17, Miroslav with 17, and Maxim now by far your shortest stack, playing 4.7 big blinds. Four-way action to this flop. Cut off, hijack, small blind, big blind. Ace, queen, 9 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Milan bet 700k. Maxim calling with the king 9. Backdoor diamond draw working also. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Miroslav. Realistically, the king 9 should be just getting out of dodge. But with just such a short amount of chips remaining. Trying to make something work. There is the ace of clubs and Miroslav with the best hand. Can't be feeling too confident here. Everyone will check. Miroslav will take that one down. Chris is going to go for a min raise here in the cutoff with 20 bigs to start the hand with king 4 suited. This is going to be somewhere in the bottom of his opening range with 14 players remaining. With the king blocker, he's going to go for it. Thomas is going to call ambitiously here with 5-3 suited on the button. And Catlin should put a stop to this right here, right now with pocket 9s in the big. 25 bigs, effective. We cover both players. Grip and rip seems like the best option to me. Don't see any other move here, really. Carlin does shove. Apocalypse is putting in the schedule in the chat saying, is there any extra streams during the King's Million Festival? I believe it's all PLO. And if history is to repeat itself, I always have some extra streams for the PLO. I've not been given my schedule for that event just yet, or that event week, the festival. Just getting it up here on the screen. One moment, please. I would hazard a guess that there will be extra streams that week, Apocalypse, and as soon as I have any additional information about that, I will be sure to let you know. You will be the first to know, or one of anyway. Thank you for your question. You won't be there because it's your week away. You're just curious. Well, there's no cure for curiosity. Miroslav taking that one down with the ace-8 offsuit. Maxim all in for 775 total with the Jack 10 offsuit. Not a bad hand to pick up for your last two big blinds, if I do say so myself. Thomas is going to call. Wants that booty. And we see that this calling is going to be contagious and outrageous. Thomas going to call with the Jack 8 offsuit. Balan with the Jack 5 of hearts. Catlin going to call with the 8-5 offsuit. Four-way action to the flop. 3.7 million out there up for grabs already. 9-7-6 is the flop. Two clubs. $1.2 million is the bet from a flop straight of Catalan. Thomas is going to call with his open ender. Turn is the ace of spades. And with Thomas checking over to Catalan, Catalan wants to bet this again. Got to deny equity here. Flush and straight draws out there. A lot of bad river cards is what I'm trying to say. I think 2.5 million would get the job done. Unless you want to go huge and overbet the pot. Thomas only has 7 million behind. I think we have too strong of a hand to just jam. And therefore, I would go for a bet of around 40% pot. But that will get the job done to deny equity, although it wouldn't mind being called there by the Jack 8. Maximum with 3% equity, it looks like, as we hit the river. Just one out in the deck. Doesn't arrive. We lose another player. 13 remain now in the Polish Poker Masters. Yappa Snap says he'll be on all the streams, so I need a pay rise. You might want to pin that. Yeah, you might want to pin that one as well in the chat. Bucket says, good job. I have other incomes or this Croatia holiday wouldn't be happening. You're the kind of guy now would have his hand in many different pies, I'd imagine, Apocalypse. You'll never be starving anyway. You're too close to lobster. If the worst comes to worst, you can club a baby seal to death. I'm going to hell. Miroslav, ace king off suit. Chris with 10-7 of clubs sometimes would defend here, especially for a min raise, but that larger sizing is going to price him out, and Miroslav will take down the blinds and antes. Says, obviously, steak pie, meat and potato pie, other pies that don't need naming here. Very clever. Some prime mutton, I'm sure. Now, moving on. Round to the small blind. Chris with king 7 of clubs. I believe during this hand or after this hand, we will have a booty being pulled. Just complete into small. 13 players remaining now means they are all guaranteed €1,305. Ace Jack 9 is the flop. 2 pair for Thomas. Bets 500k. And just over 1 big blind. Chris is going to call. Thomas betting 825. And Chris is just going to be forced to let this go. Here we go. 135. This is going to raise here. I believe the reason he is going to go for this is because, again, like I talked about a hand not so long ago, it's very unlikely either player would have an ace. Blind v blind, sub 20 bigs to start the hand. And that's why Chris is repping a very strong hand here, but he's ran in to the 2 pair of Thomas. Thomas stuffs it on him, and Chris is going to save some face before folding. Nice try, Chris. It's good, but it's not right. Milan going for this limping strategy, and a big mystery bounty still in play as we go to hit the magic button. Our survey says boom goes the dynamite. €4,500 has been pulled. Well done, Catalin. The Puck says, for your information, we've never eaten a single seal. Tons of lobsters, though. But why are you always talking so much blubber, mate? Miroslav checking the river on this one on the King Jack. King 6 ace. What a blind v blind action happening, as is tradition, as we get shorter and shorter handed. 4 eliminations away from the final table now. Catlin going to bet 750k. Miroslav going to call. Catlin after pulling 4.5 grand. Not so bad. Huge bounty, by the way, considering it's a €165 buy-in. Nice pot there for Miroslav. Catlin pulling the bounty. Over 50 bigs and now getting aces. It's a not so bad. Thomas making it 850 to go here with 6-5 off, suiting the cutoff. I don't like this at all. Not a good combination and some big stacks behind. Not even a blocker in sight. Look at this. Yuri picking up jacks. To a shove. Catlin calls. Queen 3 deuce is the flop. Yuri needing a Jabracada. 2 left in the deck. Third is a 7 of clubs. River is an ace. We lose another player. Going 6-handed now on both tables. Catlin gets richer. Now playing 27.2 million. Very dangerous opponent left in this field. Three eliminations away from the final table. 68 bigs, overtaking Florin Bilan. Miroslav and Thomas then in between 20 and 30 bigs, and Chris finds himself as the short stack here with 12 remaining. 8.3 big blinds. Blinds are still 200, 400, 400. Thomas raising under the gun again. Not the worst open in the world, but I would prefer to be suited into this kind of a lineup. Just so much chip stacks, massive chip stacks behind him. You're just going to get in a lot of trouble with these combos. As the podcast says, the blubber chat will be from Wales and Dolphins. I'm sure Seals have some blubber on them as well. Podcast says, if you'd like to hear more about blubbering chat, I'll be taking over as pastor of your church in Shetland soon. I can hear you every Sunday morning. What, are you telling me that you're just trying to get your own back and then I have to listen to you commentate and doing mass every Sunday? Yikes. I bet you it's a lovely long mass as well. I have to do mass every Monday, and occasionally on Sundays I can't have time to be doing more mass. Mass being commentating for this channel. Carlton going to 3-bet to 2.3 million. You see, they're going to take this spot. Oh, you're Protestant. Okay. Protestant Christian. Right. I don't even know. How can you be both? That's fine. To each their own, for every man and religion. Geez, you're breaking politics and religious rules in this chat today, Apocalypse. I have to give you a ban, mate. Someone get the hammer out for that fella. You hammer me down. So I'm the only mod here. Deal with it. You made the rules. Yeah, fair enough. Rules are there to be broken. Just don't tell everyone, or they'll all be trying to break the rules around here. Thomas is going to defend. He flops a flush draw. Pretty good flop for Florin here with the Queen Jack also. Good shot, straight draw. 2 overs. Usually wants to be checking this one with diamonds out there also. Could go for either or. I think we get some 7x to fold and then 8x on the turn, so maybe it's better to just bet. So he does go for 700k. €135 has been pulled. Seven of hearts rolling off on the river. Bland deciding he can't try bluff his opponent off anything on that board. And Thomas will win with the flush. Chris shoving for his last 6 bigs with ace-5 of spades. Does take that one down with the ace-5 suited. Chris shoving over the top here for 8.3 bigs with kings. Going to get some action against the ace-queen of Florian Belan. $7.6 million in this pot. 10-10-3 is the flop. Belan needing an ace. Turn is a 7 of spades. River is the king of clubs, and Chris will double up. Very dangerous man to be doubling up, and he is playing almost 20 big blinds once more. 11 players remaining now, and that means we are only 2 eliminations away from the final table. Thomas taking down the blinds and antes. Thomas going for a limp, it looks like, from under the gun. Very short-handed now as we get closer and closer to the FT. Belang on the bet with his trips here on the turn, and Chris going to lose some money because he's picked up top pair, top kicker. Six of spades hits the river. Full house now for Belan. 3 million in the pot. Question is, how much does he think he can get Chris to call with an 8, perhaps a 9? Straight does come in there. There's some busted flush draws. Belan with a very wide complete, by the way, in the small blind. Goes for a small sizing of 1 million. This is just going to get called all day, I would imagine, from Chris for this price. 4 million in the pot, 1 million to call. Only needs to be good 1 in 5 times. Needs about 20% equity. Needs about 20% yet to call. It does, of course, call. Bland is going to call. Seems very happy to limp into a lot of pots, which is understandable this close to the FT. Bland takes that one down. Not much to talk about there. Catlin putting those chips to work as the chip leader at this feature. 10-8 of spades, going to be more than good enough for an open. Ace, ace, eight is the flop. Miroslav lets his hand go. Catlin now playing 30 million in chips. Poacher says the whole €45. Well, that's today's drinks paid for at least. Well, get you a few cocktails and a good few beers, all right. Blinds are up, by the way. 250k is the small blind, $500,000 for the big blind with a $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Average stack is 12.5 million, which is good for 25 big blinds at the moment. Still a long, long way to go. Bilan quads for the second time today. Don't mind if I do. Thomas going to lose some money here, picking up top pair on the turn. 800k is now the bet from Bilan. River is the 8 of hearts. Again, it just depends how much Bilan thinks he can get paid if Thomas has a queen. Not much bluffs here from Bilan, I wouldn't think. But how do you fold against Bilan here? Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. Seems like you just have to pay Bilan off, but at the same time, does he have many bluffs in his range? Does he value bet worse if he's not bluffing? When you break it down, we block jacks. Is he betting that size with a pocket tens? I don't think so. Any queen X that would bet this river would have us beat. You can call me crazy. As a certified squirrel, I can confirm I am indeed nuts. I think this is actually a pretty good spot to fold on the river. Then again, we are short-handed. What hands do Bilan? Quads always make sense. That's an awesome fold, in my opinion, from Thomas. In theory, it's probably very rarely a fold, but in practice here, such a tight range there to be betting turn and river. Our opponent is going to have all that queen X on the button, and Thomas must know that. Does just get out of the way. Makes a very decent fold on the river, all things considered. So still 2 eliminations away from the final table. Catalin with 59 bigs, Florin with 45, Miroslav 17, Thomas 16, and Chris has 10. Chris getting it in here with the rejam for 9.3 bigs with 6s, and Bilan doesn't like this at all. I don't know if he's priced in for 7.3 bigs more. It's close. When it's close, Florin Bilan usually tends to be on the more aggressive side of things and will call anyway. Some players definitely just raise fold here. He has got the chips. Interesting to see what he does here in a mystery bounty. Yeah, it's right on the line. Any less, I think Bilan definitely calls. Any more, I think it's more of an easy fold. I wasn't sure what he was going to do there. If I had to pick one, I would have thought he would probably fold. But he has over 50 bigs. He might, maybe it's 40 now, actually. Does have 2 invested. Yeah, it's right on the line. Can go either way with that one. In a mystery bounty, I actually expected we might see him be more inclined to call than fold. But having said that, the big bounties are all gone, and that will be made aware to all the players remaining. And that's probably why you see him fold. If the 4.5k bounty was still in play, I predict we would have seen him call there. Thomas with a monster. Ace King. Land raising to $1 million. This is going to be a huge pot for both players involved. Thomas with the Ace King, Miroslav with Ace Queen. Hating life, but this is a bit of a setup here, button against a small blind. Nothing Miroslav can do, of course. There's deuce, deuce, 7. Turn is the 5. River is the jack. Miroslav has been eliminated, and we are on the final table bubble. Thomas sitting back down, now playing 36 big, 17.9 million. ECW King saying on the YouTube stream someone donated 9 bananas. I don't even know what that means. A $9 super sticker on the YouTube stream. Wow. Thank you to whoever donated that on the YouTube stream. I have no idea where those $9 super stickers go. But much appreciated. And it doesn't go unnoticed. We are on all the usual social media platforms: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. Apocalypse is going for his dinner. I'm going for a very large dinner myself. They are Mexican dollars. Hey, every little helps, Holmes. See, I wrote to my essay and he wrote me back. He said, thanks for the essay. All right, I'll get me coat. Mexico. How do I reach these keys? And a bounty of €450 has been pulled. So we are hand for hand. Correct and right, Jonas. 5-handed on both tables. Campusano min raising with the ace-king offsuit and the hijack. 14 biggins to start the hand. Chris taking that one down. You've heard the man. This is going to be the last hand. Looks like we've had an elimination on the outer table. And that's going to do it, folks. We are going on a 20-minute break. Katlin and Florin going to both make it to the final table with healthy stacks. Chris now has 16 bigs. Really exciting final table about to take place. If you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista. Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
Must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to
It's-
face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky. for
Open,
Vulesovic.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep, we're
Yep.
got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Vulesovic going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet.
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like queen jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back is
2.5
up
to
against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent. Okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vulesovic.
Four.
Oh, 653 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours was loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vulesovic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracolo.
Board.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think I had
Pairs
it in
on
my
the
hand.
end, and
Eh?
Radicki
Eh sì, le filavo.
Eh?
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner Antoine Saoud. David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura,
Yeah.
screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
There's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your
Yeah.
backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
he's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velasovich has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyun Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring term.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of Spades, money back.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh.
the game.
Hey.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast
Okay, I
track
can look
this
Gabriel of the
career
situation.
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's see your stack. Let's see.
within the framework that
How much
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there is nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says
You're good, yeah.
it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube
Well
handle,
played. Well played.
That account
well played,
name?
well played.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
So, 8?
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat, and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Ferry.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-cabra.
Oh, we have a hand there. How
Ooh.
much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen 8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If it
up
was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real cabra. would
It's
never
gonna
go
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
it's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian
real
dudes,
cabra.
Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Flashlight
Stealing the
as well.
pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there,
tightest
Ali,
hole for
and
the
Yes.
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know.
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right. That's
The
right.
value of money. I will not open it.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus two Kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding. Whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposado isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way, and all of a sudden, The fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any five, any ace, any king. Or just a seven of clubs. And no sooner does Vito Leonis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
Alrighty, folks, welcome to the final table of the Polish Poker Masters. Had to go catch a fish for my dinner, had to cook it and eat it. You catch the fish, you know catch the fish, he know make the money, he know feed his family. And it's so sad. South Park reference in case you didn't get that one. 9 players remaining. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening for the €165 Polish Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty live from the King's Resort in Rozwadov. Hope you're all very well on this Monday evening. Average stack is a little over 30 big blinds. All remaining players guaranteed 9,400, or sorry, my apologies, €1,750 at the moment. Only top 2 will get a 10k ticket this time. We're used to having 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12 sometimes. All getting a 10k ticket, just 2. Very nice incentive to make it 2 heads up. Chris shoving 5.2 bigs. What did you all have for dinner? I had a large salmon, some potatoes, and some salad. Resisted the temptation to eat some ice cream. We have hurricane. Presume that's... I was going to say, is that a play on words for Harry Kane, but it's just hurricane. ECW says it's a small tourney. So, like I mentioned before the break, we have Katalin Florin and Chris Campesano, all very established players at this final table. I don't really recognize many of the others, but perhaps I am wrong. We have Katalin Florin, Alice Rizak, Trapez, Thomas, Hurricane, Matteo Notaro, and Mikael Brazwicz. 4 players at this table with 20 bigs or less. Katalin, the overwhelming chip leader with almost 60 bigs, but anything can happen. Florin, always there or thereabouts, has a nice stack coming into this one, almost 40 bigs. Let's go. Proctor says he knew he'd finally get me on the Shetland diet. Well, I'm mostly eating meat now. I had steak and eggs there earlier for lunch, but once a week I want to eat a large salmon. I actually think salmon is like the best thing to eat on the days I'm commentating, if I can get it or have it. A large side of salmon. Them salmon darns don't do it for me. It's like giving a biscuit to a bear. Trapez gonna 3x on the button. The ace queen off suit and probably just takes down the blinds and antes. Alice not going to be defending with the king 3. Chris picking up a nice hand here. Kings. Gonna shove for 37 bigs. I actually would prefer to check there, considering we are overwhelming short stack. Alice is just going to be ripping blind, be blind with most of his range. It's unlikely he's going to be trapping. And if he's trapping, then so be it. We've got kings. Chris is now going to try see a flop, blind v blind with the jack 8 off suit, sub 10 bigs to start the hand. Thomas just going to be stuffing it on him here, one would imagine. And he does stuff it on him, takes it down. Winner of this one going to take home €23,400, by the way. As ECW King says, it's a small tourney for King standards. Well, to be fair, we had some record-breaking tournaments. We've had the World Series of Poker Circuit Main, and we had the Italian Poker Sport already this year, and it's not even April. This is a very fun tournament for a 165 buy-in. So much money up top. Not many mystery bounties remaining. We've got action here. Trapez raised to 1.1 million with the ace-9 offsuit. Hurricane is going to go for a 3-bet, the minimum 3-bet to 2.2 million in the hijack. I'm not sure if I like this. Usually just want to be re-jamming this one or maybe even call this tiny 3-bet. Although it looks very strong, it's not ideal, this sizing. Alice with the ace is just going to overcall now. About the overcall, it's going to look quite strong, but because Hurricane made it just 4.4 bigs, Alex can get away with this and occasionally calling from the cutoff. He's going to have a very condensed range, one would think, to call here, considering there's already been an open and a 3-bet. Trappa is calling as well because he's getting unbelievable odds. The problem of having unbelievable odds here is your hand doesn't really match with these great odds that you're getting. $1.9 million is the bet. And the ace is just going to take that one down. I wouldn't be getting into a habit of overcalling the 2.2 million there for 4.4 bigs. You'd want to really specifically have aces. I can't really think of many other hands that would overcall 9-handed like that. People asking what was the record. I think it was 7,885 2 weeks ago. I might have the numbers slightly wrong. I mean, I said it enough times, so I should probably remember. Somewhere in the region of 8,000 runners is what you were looking at. Florin opening with the ace-10 suited. Alice is going to call on the hijack. Tom's calling on the button. Flop is king. Queen deuce. Great flop for Bilan. Flops a flush. Problem is, nobody had anything, and Bilan will take that one down, playing 21.275 mil now. So I was right, 7,558. Boom. I think I nailed that one now. I could be, maybe I said it the other way around, but I said that number enough times to remember it. It was quite the stream indeed. 16 hours and 11 minutes and change. Pog says Hurricane didn't know Gregory Helms played poker. I thought it was a play on words for Harry Kane, Apocalypse. But just Hurricane it was. And they're evening out at the top. Just 10 bigs between Alice and Catalin now. Well, 12 bigs to be precise. Florin with 43, Thomas with 39, and Trapez with 35. One big hand changes the leaderboard dramatically. Then you've got Mikael with 22, Hurricane with 13, Matteo with 10, and 7.7 for Chris. So they're fighting it out at the bottom three of the leaderboard. Nobody wants to bust before Hurry, Matteo, or Chris. Yes, I might have butchered that reference because I don't know who Gregory Helms is. There you have it. He's the Hurricane, okay. I'll try to do better next time with the references. Alice flops a set of queens here on the queen jack 10. Undergun +2. Thomas calling from the hijack. Does have an open ender and a pair. Nearly 4 million in the pot already. We'll be going for a bit of a larger size in here than small. Just because of the board it is, and we're multi-way. With 6.3 million in the pot now. 10 rolling off on the river. Full house for Alice. Alice. Who the is Alice? Alice hoping his opponent has a 10. Occasionally will be up against a hand like Jack 10. So that's why he's going for a larger sizing. It's unlikely his opponent could have a hand containing a queen. So he's either going to get paid here on the river or he's not. Not is the answer. And Alice now playing over 25 million in chips. That's all, folks. We will see you next week. He's in Wonderland with that river. He says, tip your veal and enjoy the waiter. Brilliant. Chris shoves nearly 8 bigs here with the ace-10 off suit. That's a really nice pickup there for the ace-10 uncontested. Never count this man out. Within the bracelet last year, he's certainly not shy about putting money in the middle. And if he gets the stack going, he is one to watch. He's got another shove here, just over 10 bigs. Chris deciding to use this combo as a raise, and I'm all for that. I thought with just 10 bigs, it might be too good to not just jam, but we are 9-handed. He's got away with a few already and decides to just min-raise this one. Getting called in 2 spots, and wow, we've got some action. Trapez betting enough to put Chris all in. Chris can't ask for much more with his hand, but hoping that his opponent wouldn't have 43% equity. Close to a coin flip in this one. 11.65 million in this pot already. Big moment for both players involved. And the turn is a 9 of clubs. 90% now for Traps, needing a king or a queen on the river, but it's a 4 of hearts and we lose. The very accomplished Christopher Campisano in 9th place. Eight players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,300. 9th place taking home €1,750 for his efforts. We do see an all in from the hijack from Matteo. And Kane with the decision here in the small blind facing the hijack shove. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here with the king queen. King Jack and King 10 going into the muck. King Queen is a lot of hand. When we're 8-handed and there's a couple of shorties, does decide to let it go. And in an ICM calculator, I'm pretty sure it would say that that's a good fold. Let me know what the minimum you would be stacking off with there and the small blind would be. King Queen suited, I feel like, is going to be too good of a hand. King Jack off, we put in the muck. King Jack suited, very close. King Queen suited, for my liking, is just going to be a call. €45 is the next bounty. And Kane taking down that one with the suited ace. Thomas just going to take that one down with the sixes on the 10-10-4. Queen 9 getting out of dodge. Blinds at 300, 600, and 600 now. A couple of hands ago, they went up. It will put a significant more pressure on the shorter stacks. Bigger stacks need to use that to their advantage. Bland min raising with the queen 10 of diamonds. Catalan going to call from the small with pocket eights. Flop its ace, 5, 4. But I'm going to check back now on the turn with some showdown value with his 10. River is the 9 of clubs. Scotland will be just hoping to get the showdown and win against a hand. The king high or something of that magnitude. Berlan will take that one down. Everyone playing pretty honestly on that occasion. Dickman raising. Bilan calling. Ace-9 against the ace-jack suited. 7-6-5 is the flop, and Catalan with a good shot straight draw. This flop going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range, more so than the opening range from the button. We can see it's actually the opposite way around. Catalan with more equity, even though I actually thought we might see Catalan bet there. I suppose it's going to play better as a check. Doesn't want to get check raised. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. That's going to go check, check also. Florin and Catalan know each other's game inside out and back to front. Bilan's going to win that small pot, but they all matter at this late stage. Actually, take that back. I think it's the mandatory check on the flop from Catalan. I thought we might see the King 7 suited. 8-handed there, shoved that on the button. With 8 bigs. Slightly less. I think that's just a little bit too good of a hand. Especially when we're suited. Kings for Mikel. So Catlin and Bilan are now tied at the top with 40 bigs apiece. Traps with 39 and Alice with 38 and Thomas with 35. So less than 5 big blinds is separating the top 5 players on this leaderboard, which is pretty incredible. Mikael with 19, Kane with 8.3 and Matteo with 7.5. It is all to play for here at the King's Resort on this Monday evening, chasing that first prize of over €30,000. Top 2 going to get a 10k ticket to the WSOP. And most of the bounties have been pulled at this late stage, with still a few small ones in play. Bilan goes for the min raise. Ace-5 of spades. Around to the big blind for Mikael. It's a good spot for the big stacks to keep opening, considering we've got 3 shorties under 20 bigs. Michael essentially shoving from the button here, or committing himself. Putting in 6.5, has 9.5 bigs behind with the ace-king offsuit. I actually thought our hand would be good enough to raise call. Maybe we just want to shove, considering there's so many shorties. 2 people shorter than us. Interesting to get your thoughts on that one in the chat. Do you want a min-raise call or just shove because of what's at risk? Or what's at stake? Whatever you want. Whatever way you want to call it. Phrase it. Yeah, I would prefer to have... We need to have some min-raise folds in our range. We need to have some min-raise calls in our range. And therefore, I think ace-king plays into that category nicely. As Appo says, whatever answer ignores ICM. Trips for Alice. Alice betting $1 million there on the turn, but his trips on the 9-4, 9-3. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie. What's up, Southside Ronnie? No, I don't know anything about it at all. I'm not your buddy, guy. I'm not your friend, buddy. Yes, I know plenty about the Irish Open. What would you like to know that the website won't be able to tell you? Let me Google that for you. The Irish Open this year is going to be one of the largest tournaments, or one of the best tournaments ever held in Europe. Apart from the King's Resort, of course. Some of the best 1Ks in the world. There was $2.5 million guaranteed in the prize pool last year, and I reckon it's going to be obliterated this year. It's going to cost you a small fortune to get any accommodation anywhere, though. If you are looking to go, you'd want to have booked accommodation ages ago. It's an 11-day festival. There's 5 bars. It's a pure piss-up. A lot of poker being played nonetheless. Pure antics, really. So we see a raise from the ace-queen. We see a call from ace-queen suited. There's the website you can have a look on, Southside Ronnie. Just make sure you put poker in when you're Googling it, because golf sometimes comes up. Thank you, Apocalypse, for putting the link in the chat. Traps going to call in the big with ace-8 offsuit. Not the biggest fan of calling here because a lot of boards are going to get us in trouble. Does flop an open ender, but it is the arse end of it, as we call it in Ireland. Thomas with the ace of hearts here, facing the bet of 1.25 million on the turn from Traps. Traps with an 8 high flush draw. To go with his open ender, where we are multi-way, the ace-8's still not too great on this board, in my opinion. Traps going to bet nearly 3 million here on the river. Now, with the ace of hearts, this could be an awesome time to turn your hand into a bluff, but is Traps going to fold 2 pair or better? That is the question. And he goes for that sizing as well on the larger side of things. I think we might just let it go, even though we have the best blocker in the game there. No flush blocker on a non-paired board. It is very straighty though. It's not really worth attempting that, and you get pinged off. Kings for the hijack with just 3.5 bigs. Cartland raising to 1.2 million with sixes. Traps on the button here. One of the larger stacks. Could even be the chip leader, actually. I think he is. Who's going to call? Kane needs to get out of here because there's a lot of action behind him and he's only got 6 bigs. Wants to get that pay jump. Cartland's going to call. Priced in. Three-way action to the flop. Ace 10 10. Checker. Double pair board now. Matteo will think he is 1 foot out the door. Little does he know he's about to triple up. Oh, there he is. No pair, no draw. What's up? Kane all in for 6 bigs, and I think Thomas is going to have to call this one. Priced in my opinion. Just 2.85 million more to call. Just decide to let it go. Blan's going to call. Gatlin with queens. Queen in the window. Queen 4 deuce. Not much in it. For Belan, does have a backdoor. No flush draw. Backdoor straight draws. Interesting turn card. 6 of clubs rolling off. Belan missing all of his outs. Jack of Diamonds rolling off. 7.5 million in this pot. Catlin wants to try to get paid by a middle type hand that Belan could have. Having said that, spades miss, clubs miss. Perhaps we just want to go on a larger size. But a small size might get paid by a hand like 7s, 8s, or 9s. Maybe even 10s. Some hands may have had a flush draw containing a jack that might pay off now on the river. So I could go a few ways. I think about 2.8 million here seems like a good sizing. Colin bet it's 3 million, right around the sizing I suggested. And Belan will let it go. No pair, no draws is in and out today. Busy Mondays as usual. I did go on a short poker trip over the weekend. Just a small 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game for some entertainment. Made about $500. Nothing crazy, but better than losing. Bird and Jordinho looking for an update about Leon. I heard he's recovering very quickly and he had been spotted at Kings. Delighted to hear. Hope he's doing great. We'll see him at the feature table there for the World Series of Poker Europe GG Millions at the end of the year. Maybe he'll make a deep run in the main. Who knows? Delighted to hear he's doing fairly well, all things considered. Southside Ronnie just won about 7,000 to 6,700. That's nearly 6 grand. Quick maths. PLO 1020. This guy, Southside Ronnie, someone to learn from. You wouldn't be someone to learn from if you're trying to book accommodation for the Irish Open now. It will cost you a few grand. There's your money for the Irish Open is what I'm thinking, Ronnie. That'll get you some form of decent accommodation close by. Got to remember it's Easter weekend. The Irish don't mess around when it comes to going ham on bank holidays. So I was betting 1.7 million here on the turn with a good shot straight draw. Not sure about Alice's open with the king 8 offsuit pre. Would prefer to be suited. It's not the end of the world. It's not a horrific open. I just think we want to be a little bit tighter than that. Thomas takes that one down. Ronnie didn't even know about the Irish Open until his buddy told him what are the best days to come. I suppose if you're coming, you'd want to be coming for the main event, buddy. 6.5 grand for flights and a hotel. Yikes. Kane going for a pretty wide open here with the 10-9 offsuit. I'm not a fan. Miguel is going to call with the Jabracadas. 11.4 million in this pot. Kane already avoiding a spot and now going for a very wide shove. 8-6 deuce is the flop. A lot of equity here for Kane. It's almost a post flop coin flip. Ace of diamonds changes things on the turn, and now Kane is a 3-1 dog to stay in this event as we hit the river. It is a brick. It's the Dewey, the deuce of clubs. We have another elimination. We do lose him in 8th place. He will take home €2,300. Catlin 3 betting to 3.3 mil, putting the chips to work. Alice has a really nice hand, but he is out of position, so he will let the Jack 10 of spades go. Perno Draw says, I do guess I should keep going on 3-day poker trips. I barely eat, so I lost 5 pounds. That is a healthy way to diet, right? Very easy to put the 5 pounds back on when you get home, you see. So it's just like riding a bike. It's a balance trick. And that's going to bring us to a break. 5 players within 14 bigs at the top of the leaderboard to be Cal with 27. It's a very even Stevens affair. That's the story of the last 2 levels. I'm going to go find me some ice cream Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Echan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Low
ace
sweat
king
with you, a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's boring
Echan
for TV.
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas Echan, for taking it on the chin like that. Pocket queens. And you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it. if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
But you show up with the aces, and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
it's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry, I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer, so he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs
36.
by coming through with a call.
Now,
He's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
There it is.
Arai
He shares my thoughts.
induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in the air, and he's just trying.
It's a
kind of
really-
questioning what this is
I have
unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. right?
Correct. And
So-
the bigger aces also to be
Yeah.
maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And
Well,
check.
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it, tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and
to get to
enjoy a
work.
deep stack. And Max finds his way to the feature table as ace king of clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velasovich should he get frisky from the button with this ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this king queen of hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velasovich in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Haid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetlana, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetlana. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
you're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't threaten. And now a lick of the lips in turn from Sutera.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We see a 4-bet getting through with the queens. Queen 10 off suit with ill timing. Still 7 players remaining now, chasing the title, and over 30,000 euro for the winner. Let's not forget about the 10k ticket up for grabs for the WSOP for first and second. It's been a fun day so far. Small blind is now 400k, big blind 800k with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 488. Bilan with a monster here, going to min raise from under the gun +1. We are getting shorter handed now. Thomas is going to call on the button, and Catalin with 6-4 off suit in the big. Probably just wants to let this one go with ICM considerations. Tree's not looking too hot. On the 8, Queen 10, King Jack board. Bilan will take that one down. Couple of players remaining, all playing in or around the same stacks. Actually, nearly 5. It's gone very even altogether. No pair, no draw says, I do guess I am doing an international fast. I know it's an intentional fast. That was intentional from me for a few days now, so I don't put it right back on. But that does mean on Thursday I will probably eat more than I should. Apocalypse says, how many times has Ace King hit a straight today? At least once. Traps taking that one down. As your chip leader. I do declare. Ace King seems to be the hand of the day, all right. Apocalypse out in force. Trap's going to raise to 1.8. Balan with 2 pair now. Jack of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Under the gun against big blind action. So just go bet and call. 10.2 million in the pot. 9 of hearts rolls off on the river. Balan will take that one down. Biggish pot. Transfer of wealth. And Balan now gaining traction towards the chip leader. Michael taking down the blinds and antes with the ace queen. It's very much underpants stuff here at the moment. Squeaky bum time. Nobody wants to bust before the other with 7 remaining. All closely contended. But a hero will emerge. Well, that's unfortunate for the big blind with the aces. See a raise from Mikael with ace-5 of hearts. Trap's going to call on the Bhutan with the queen-9 of clubs. Trap's going to bet 2.6 million here on the Jack 9-8. Takes it down. This board favoring Traps' range, and Mikael is just going to check fold. He will have a lot of hands to connect with that flop calling on the button. Bilan opening things up from the hijack with the Queen 5 of spades. He's got more chips now. He's applying the pressure. Mikael calling in the big. Flop is King Jack 8. And Bilan just wants to bet about $1 million. Does bet $1 million and takes that one down, adding 2.8 million to his stack. Alice's turn to steal the blinds and antes. Does so successfully with the Queen 9 of hearts. Another successful steal with the Queen Jack of spades. Mario with his trips, but no one can call him. He will survive. Take that one down. He is back to 7 bigs and change. See a raise from the hijack from the Jack 10 of diamonds. And Matteo going to be shoving the Ace 10 suited. I don't think it's that big of a decision here. Ace 10 suited going to be too strong. Hijack against the button. Does eventually put it in. Stick it in and think of Ireland. Traps wants a count, but he's just got Queen 4 diamonds. Getting notions all right. Just needs to let his hand go. Does decide he is priced in for 5 bigs more. He will still have 10 bigs. Sometimes you've got to call. I think that's just about the line there. You can't be folding to 7 bigs. Maybe you could for 8 or 9 if there was a couple of shorties. That time has kind of passed. I think we just have to call and hope for the best. We can now see that we're dominated, but we will win 30% of the time. As for the button here with his ace-10 suit, great opportunity for him to double up. Queen 8-6 is the flop. Good shot straight draw now for the Jack 10. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Wow. Additional outs. 10 to fade. It is another 8. Breathe a sigh of relief. He's now playing 13.4 million. And Mikael now playing 8 million, which is still good for 10 big blinds.
Review the panel table gratis. Shoe blind with the easy
Traps 3 betting to 4.6 million. Bilan opening in the cutoff with ace 3 of hearts. You asked him, did he want to pick one? Florin picked the queen. We're going to have action here, folks. Catalan with jacks. Traps with ace king suited. Well, that's just a straight up jam. How do you like that? Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Right back at you. And now it's a huge spot for Catalan with the jacks. Still seven-handed. Do you think she's going to call or fold? All vote now in the chat. Very difficult spot. With 25 bigs remaining. Do you think Traps is going to do that with a hand as strong as a hand like 8s, 9s, or 10s? Or do you think it's always going to be as strong as Ace King? Don't think he just slam dunks Ace Queen in the middle. When you really break it down, it feels like it has to nearly always be Ace King here for her to cut off the jam. That's why you're going to see jacks go into the muck. He knows it's Ace King. She knows it's Ace King, and he knows he's not going to show this time. Okay. Folks said that was weird. Just had a strange light fly slowly across the whole sky, seemingly explode, then appear again. Looking like a Wi-Fi symbol, slowly getting bigger, and then just disappear. You wouldn't know what you'd find out on those islands. Comeback Head says Traps. This guy is enjoying every second of this final table. He sure is. Trap's just going for a very large raise size. I don't like this with aces. Does take it down. Would have preferred to see a min raise or maybe 1.8 million over 3x overkill. Overkill. But he does take down another pot. Catlin opening on the button with Jack 10 suited. And Matteo shoving 17 bigs this time with ace 5 off suit. Mikael in the hijack here with Queens facing the open from Alice. Don't really like the open 7-handed from Alice with the pocket trees. It's just not going to play too well. Post flop off this stack depth, given this dynamic, etc., etc. 7.5 bigs will shove. And now we're nearly priced in for 5.5 big blinds more with a pair. And there you have it. He is going to call. And look at this. He's after flopping a set. Sick. Mikael can only look on unless he hits a queen. He's out the door. It is a jack of spades on the river. We lose Mikael. In 7th place, we're going 6-handed for this title, and Alice shouldn't have been near it, but does find himself with the guts of 30 million now. Blind v blind action here. Traps with the 10-9 offsuit. We'll take it down. Nearly 40 million now for Traps. Having the time of his life, it seems. Comeback Kid was saying that hand with the trees against the Queens was a 1-outer. Yeah. Well, when you say it like that. Still 6 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €3,250. Pay jumps are about to get a hell of a lot bigger. So we do see it complete with the 8-7 suited. I might be more inclined to jam and put maximum amount of pressure blind v blind into Thomas. With the 8-7 suited. Calling can never be too bad, especially when we've got a suited connector. Thomas folds and Alice will take that one down. Well, there you see it now, folks. Blinds have gone up. $500,000 is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind. With a 1 million running big blind ante. That's $500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Almost all in for 11 bigs. Traps going for an open. Traps is going to have to let it go. Janot is in the house. What's up, Janot? Perhaps it sounds like it was something to do with a SpaceX launch of Falcon 9. Apparently the whole UK saw it. The Millennium Falcon, I heard, making them noises straight across the sky. Pew pew! Some lasers getting fired at the Millennium Falcon. Stormtroopers. He's just going to save some face before folding. Not going to be calling with the king. Well, it's possible with the king and the jack. He does. It is only for 11 bigs, but he is going to let it go. Close enough spot. That's how they're looking, folks. 3 players under 20 bigs. Bilan then 26. Alice with 29. Traps with 37. Your chip leader. Average stack. Almost 23 big blinds still. Lots more action to come. Land taken down. Blinds and antes with the jack 10 suited. Hollisman raising with 7-4 suited. Catalan just going to be shoving ace-king suited for 14 bigs. Traps wants a count. Just go over the top. This one most likely going to go to Splitsville. Oh wow, turn is a diamond. Sweaty Betty. River's 7 of spades. Chop it up. 2.5 million is the raise. Matteo with 15 bigs going to get rid of the King Jack off suit. Kings for traps. The trap of the base, man. And I think we just want to shove for 4-13 bigs with 10-9 suited into Bilan. That's Walking in Memphis playing in the background. An oldie but a goldie. Thomas is going to make it 2.1 million to go. Traps isn't going to defend with 6-2 deuce. 6 deuce diamonds, man. Puts it into the mook. Bird says Polish master, but no Polish players on the final table. It does not look like that. Milan opening things up from the cutoff. Thomas connecting very well with this flop, to say the least. This is actually a decent flop for Florin to continue on, because Thomas shouldn't have too many hands like King Queen, King Jack, Ace King, Ace Queen, tens, queens, kings. You get the drift. We'll call, of course, having the deck crippled. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Thomas very quickly shoving the river. It's unlikely he does this without a jack in his hand. Kind of has to have it. Don't see too many bluffs in his range. And if there was a bluff in his range, he would most likely think about it for a little bit longer. Thomas is just going to complete in the small blind. I actually prefer a straight up rip with these middling pocket pairs. But he does complete, and Catalin will check. The flop is ace 7-3. Looks like he's going to bet a mill. Suspiciously, with a wry smile. Gatlin will let it go. Catlin going to complete with Queen 4. Matteo going to raise to 3.6 million with the 5-3 of diamonds. So that's how they're looking. Traps with 40 bigs, Bilan with 24, Alice with 22, Thomas with 19, Matteo with 16, and Catlin with 15. So 5 players, all pretty much under 25 bigs. But one double up from any player could change things substantially. And the ace-king suited is just going to take that one down. Round to Bilan. Every player has to be so careful now. They're so closely contended in chip stacks. Traps only has about 12 bigs more than them. Really interesting level to come here. See what happens. Eventually something's going to have to give. It has been a lackluster hour, really. The last frame. Traps ain't messing around. That's a raise, quite a large raise with his 2 pair. The man trying to get away with one with just the king deuce. Balan will get out of the way. Traps will win another one now, playing almost 42 million. 42 big blinds. Thomas going to limp his option here. With 5 to act behind him with Queen 8 of spades. I also don't like this. Balan raises to 3.5 mil. With a real hand. He's got the ladies. Balan will take that one down. Gatlin takes that one down. They're all swapping around bigs, it seems, at the moment. Sometimes this is the way she goes. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €3,250, chasing the first prize of €23,400. But it's over 30 grand, including the WSOP ticket. Bilan min raising. Thomas calling from the small. 10-9 deuce is the flop. I don't know if I like calling here against Bilan out of the small blind. Could make an argument for rejamming. However, it's probably too much chips given that they're all so closely contended in stacks. And now 9 million in the pot. 12 left. Almost 13 in Thomas's stack. Very interesting turn card. The 8 of clubs rolling off. Thomas now with flush draws and straight draws. Open-ended now for Bilan. Decides to check again. River is the 5 of spades. And Thomas is going to be hoping to get the showdown unless he wants to try turn his hand into a bluff, which he shouldn't do because he has ace high. However, Berlan might feel like he has to bet this river to get ace high to fold. Thomas wants to get rid of a weak pair here. Occasionally get a better ace to fold, although that's also unlikely. Does work. Thomas takes that one down. Alice going for another one. I also don't like him opening here. Doesn't even have a blocker. Just a 5 Dewey, albeit suited. Catlin has seen enough. Stuffs it all in. Alice will get out of the way. That's why I'm saying, you see the ace-4 offsuit rejamming. I think you can make a very good argument for that ace-6 of clubs to rejam pre against Bilan. A lot of cagey play taking place here in this 6-handed affair. Bilan trying to set the trap pre. Instead, it's backfired so far. Traps with the best hand. 5-7, Jack Queen, 2 spades, 2 diamonds out there. And checks. Traps playing very face up, by the way. Checks very quick when he's happy to get the showdown. Bluffs very quick, bets very quick. Not so much bluffing that frequently. Traps will win that one. The Apocalypse says, when do traps ever work, really? They worked that one time. Why you have to be mad? It's only game. Lan going for the min. Alice going for the rejam this time. This time a king queen off suit. The land's going to call, as you would expect, and we finally have an all-in and call. Alice for king, queen, Balan with ace, jack, big pop poker here for both players involved with 6 remaining, 32.4 million in the middle. Jack deuce 5 is the flop. Balan, a dangerous man to be doubling up at this stage of the tournament. Alice dealing a king or a queen. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Alice down to his last card. Is it going to be a King of Kings or a Lady of the Night, or we are going to be playing five-handed? It's the three of clubs. We do lose Alice Rizak from the Czech Republic. Florin Bilan scoops the booty. Alice will take home €3,250 for his efforts. 5 players remaining now, guaranteed a minimum of €5,350. Operno draws his Florence Shore, seems to run pretty pure. I've seen some bad things happen here at Kings as well. It ain't all sunshine and rainbows, Sonny Jim. He has been very patient. I always say that about him. One of the best qualities I've seen of his play over the last few years is he's more patient than a lot of the top pros. He will really wait and wait and wait and then pounce. Florin is the best player on this table, and if he runs well, he will ship this thing, says Bird. Rocket says the boys wouldn't play marbles. Yeah. Great comment there, Rocket. I'd like to see you playing heads up against Florin, my man. Good luck all in, because you're going to need it. Traps bets 1.7 million. Top pair for Thomas. Just going to call. Turn us to 7 of spades. Thomas checks and traps, gets there on the river. 4 hearts out there. We'll be happy to take that one down. Rocket says all he needs is 1 card. Oh. Don't have to delete that. That's fine. Whatever. Maybe if you Googled Florin Bilan, you realize how much money he's won. You might have a different outlook, is what I was trying to say. Traps with 47 bigs. Bilan with 37, and the rest underneath 20. It's all to play for when we get back after the break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Aggressive. He likes to squeeze when you see a couple of holes. He likes to do that. Sometimes we'll wake up with a hand. direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of
in Bahamas.
nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has the
in.
flush draw.
I go 9.
Hey, poor, as long as it works.
Online,
Who's
easier.
second table?
Yeah.
Tournament. Click, click. Second bullet, third bullet.
Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
And you
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Keep the aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against two-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American under the
Suarez
gun.
calls 8-5.
No, American under the gun. Well, you have these other two, I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control, remain under reps, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
That's a call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through. I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop, this type of texture, calls you on the flop, check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stake.
Yes.
So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nikki P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
You're right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm going to raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line is not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is till 4:10 in the river, but I still go, you know.
Right?
Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with Queen Jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Ooh, now we're playing
with
poker.
the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
I have a best hand.
All right, folks, welcome back. We see the jacks taking that one down. Don't know if I would be able to fold king, queen of clubs in that exact spot. Maybe king, queen offsuit, king, jack suited, king, jack offsuit definitely, but king, queen suited specifically, I reckon 14 bigs there, 5-handed. Gonna be re-jamming more so. Go blind v blind action once more with Bilan against Traps. Bilan has some backdoors and can flush out some equity here, so I reckon we just want to bet small. Does do just that, and I reckon Traps isn't going to be hanging around with just the 9 deuce off suit. Catlin been raising off 14 bigs or so. Ace, queen of diamonds. Catlin will take that one down. This is a very interesting spot. Traps raising to 2.6 million. Catlin rejamming for 15.8 million. 13 bigs total. Matteo with eights. Eights have to go in the muck in this scenario. I think that's a tens plus sort of a situation, and we're still not loving life with tens. Maybe nines has to go in the muck. I'm not sure what you think about that one in the chat. It's obviously easier for us to say when we can see the cards at home. Maybe even nines. Well, we can fold sixes, sevens, and eights. Trap saving face here with the king deuce of hearts, of course. Christy Keys says if you fold king queen suit then you fold eights also. Yes, I think eights is a totally fine fold. It's a bit of a different situation because there's an open and a rejam. I would find it hard to fold nines, and I think I definitely have to go with tens plus. Traps is mixing things up with a limp. Thomas, who's been quite unsure of himself at a few spots, is going to limp behind. I can get behind this also, but perhaps would prefer the ISO. Limping is contagious, and you still have the button, the small, and the big behind you to act. Floor and checking. Traps with trips. Trips for traps. Quick maths. Brup. 4.8 million is the bet. There you see it. 43 bigs for traps. Bilan 27. Catlin 17. Thomas 16. 8.7 bigs for Matteo. Matteo Notaro. Don't do it, says moral of the story. Why are you limping? A past the table. Ace 4 of diamonds. Correct and right. Trapp's going to take that one down with the 9-5 of diamonds, raising into Thomas with a wide smile. Oh boy. Double gore now for Balan. Catalan flopping the joint. 5-6-9 Jack is the board. $4 million is now the bet from Balan, and Catalan just wants to call again. Check back. So 14.8 million in this pot now. That bet getting called on the turn. Catalan checks again. This mightn't be the worst card in the world to blast off. Although we now have more showdown value. It depends on what. Yeah, I think we've too much showdown value and we blocked it straight with the 7. We're just going to check. And these two are going to be basically tied in chips now. Don't do it says we're going to the Irish Open, Irish Poker Open this year. You bet your bollocks to a barn dance I'm going to the Irish Open this year. Buck says if Dan isn't there, I'll buy a hat and eat it. I'm only teasing. I live in Shetland. I've already got a hat. What kind of a hat do you have, mate? Johan, the main man, says good evening. Good evening, Johan. Nice of you to join us. Thick woolly one, says Apocalypse. That's not a hat, mate. That's a tea cosy. Has anyone watched 1,000 Blows yet with Stephen Graham? And while we're at it, has anyone watched Adolescence on Netflix? Two good recommendations there, folks. Feral beanies. Feral beanies. Feral beans. Definitely not a video. It's a 4-episode drama, thriller, whatever you want to call it. Worth a look. Very realistic and brutally honest. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, hand 165 of the day. Average stack still close to 30 million. 5 players still remaining. Catalan opening on the button. Bilan wanting to know exactly how much Catalan has. Pocket nines. Seems like a grip and rip situation to me. Instead, just decides to call. I think when we're the covering stack, a rejam is our best option. $1.6 million, $1.7 million is the bet. And Florin going to call one. Florin checks over to the A7 here on the turn. Catalan going to fire again, of course. 6 million is the bet. And for Bilan, loses to any ace, any 10. He can beat some straight draws, some diamond draws. That 9 of diamonds is actually not great to have because that blocks a lot of combinations we would want Catalan to have in the form of a straight draw or a flush draw. We do have action. Button shoves. Bilan has a monster. And Mateo is in trouble. Just 29% equity. 17.2 million in this pot. Nearly 15 bigs. It is ace, 8, 4. 6 needed. Turn is a 10. River is a king. We do lose Matteo Nataro in 5th place. He will take home €5,350 for his efforts. Four players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,800. And a very dangerous man gets a lot of extra juice. Would have been really interesting to see if he clicked it back 4-bet there. With the ace-5 offsuit. Looks like that's what he wanted to do. The ace-jack suited, taking it down with the 3-bet. Florin raising again. I think Florin should just leave off the 10-5 suited here. If Traps really wanted to make a statement, he would just 3-bet here again. Just let it go. Thomas has found his hand, surely. Going to be rejamming the ace-5 of diamonds. So Thomas just deciding to call, and Catalan in the big can call 3-bet or jam. I actually think all options are fine. It's unlikely Thomas is trapping here with 9.8 bigs behind. Interesting to see what the big blind does here. And while I'm here, I don't like flatting with the ace-5 suited from the small off this size. That's why I think we 3-bet here from the big blind. Squeeze it up before Catalan. We clearly show we are committing to Thomas. We can fold to Bilan. And I want to make it somewhere around 9 million. Goes for 8.6. Traps with 45 bigs, Catlin with 32, Florin with 26, and Thomas with 9.8. Still over 100 big blinds in play. That was a nice pickup by Catalan, by the way. Bilan checking his option. Another blind v blind battle between these two. We do see some money go in on the turn. And now Catalan checking the river. Bilan has missed his straight draw. I don't think he can win, or don't think he thinks he can win with 6 high. So I expect to see him make a chunky-ish bet here of No, going for this tiny milky sizing. So this is designed to look like a 5 or a deuce, even though a deuce is absurdly thin value. Maybe not a deuce. He can't have much. He could have some sort of a king. Very unlikely that he has an ace, especially if he goes that sizing on the river. Nearly 10 million in this pot on the river. Button against big on the 8-5-5 Queen Jack. Traps. Betting. I don't really know why he's betting with King High here. Very unlikely this bluff would get through. And he's hardly trying to get value with King High. Might get some ace-x to fold the more I think about it. Or a very small pair. Overall, I just think this is going to be a check fold, or it's going to go check. Some of the times you're going to win with King High somehow. Give you a hand like 9-10. Catalan's just going to be calling this. There's 12.1 million in the pot. It's 2.5 million to call. So it's the raise for value. Fair enough, yeah, we do have top two. Kind of overlooked that Catlin would just call on the river. Of course, you're going to raise. $7.5 million is the raise. This is a very substantial pot for what happens in this tournament. Looks like Traps is not done with this hand. He's got the 10 blocker for a straight. How much would he be looking to make it here? Oh, wow. Guys. Seatbelts and airbags here. He's counting out chips. I don't know how much he'd have to make it. About 18 million, at least 17 and a half, right? I don't think he can click it back here. Is he going to fire? Oh, he's taking so long. I don't know now. Now it looks suspicious if he starts raising. Does eventually let it go. Wasn't sure what way that was going to go down. Catlin now with 40 mil. Traps with over 40 mil. It's really evening out four-handed here. Apart from Thomas, of course. Thomas might stick it in here. Four-handed under the gun is the cutoff. He has gone for it. Can't blame him. Shortest stack by a landslide. 23 million in this pot. $754. Ace or a 6 needed. Five diamonds on the turn. The river is the king of hearts. We do lose Thomas Corral. Really nice run for him. Nice score. He will take home €6,800 for his efforts. That means 3 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €9,400. We have a ticket bubble taking place here. The difference between third and second is from €9,400 to €13,400, and a 10k ticket on top. So we're looking at nearly a 15 grand pay difference. 14,350 euro to be precise. Traps raised to 2.6 million. $3.5 million is the bet from Traps. But I'm at the same hand. They will chop it up. Blinds are up here. 800k is small blind. 1.6 million is the big with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. That's 800. 1.6, 1.6. 2.5 million is the bet from Traps, trying to get Balan to fold a mediocre hand, but Balan is going to snap him off for that price. Will win a nice pot, and now they're basically even in chips, bar a big blind. $1.6 is the bet with the Queen 7 on the King 4-4. We'll take that one down. Carlin completing in the small. Florin checking in the big. Catlin taking that one down. Florin completes to the small with 7s. Traps in the big with ace 8. He's going to bump it up. Floor with sevens, by the way, might decide to pile this one in pre. I wouldn't be shocked. Plays nice as a limp jam. Three-handed as well. Does move all in. The action back on traps. Oh, wow, he called it. I was not expecting to see that, considering there's a 14 grand difference between third and second, but he does call it. Biggest pot of the tournament so far, nearly 80 million in this one, close to 50 big blinds, and traps needs to get lucky. It is a flip. It does have 39% equity. It's a 60-40 in Florian Bilan's favor. King 6-3, 2 clubs. Not much help to traps. Turn is a 7, and now it's got to be an ace, and an ace only. But it doesn't arrive. It's the 9 of clubs. We lose traps out of nowhere. That means we're going heads up for the title. The year of Romania continues. The decade of Romania. And we're going on a short break to get this heads up battle ready for your viewing pleasure. These two are friends. Will have played with each other inside out and back to front. You would have to favour Florian in these situations, especially when he's going to have an overwhelming chip lead. But anything can happen in heads-up poker. We're about to find out. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing. 81 bigs will play 33. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. See you all in a few moments. And yes, I do see a comment in there. The ace wouldn't have mattered. There was a set. I was just very caught up in the moment. Thank you for your comment.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
Does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker.
Bam.
Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just horrible at it.
You gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7
My,
with two
oh
diamonds.
my.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or state. So you have more availability. You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself. You get somebody with money and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
You're right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm going to raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
And the line had not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is still fold 10 on the river. But I still call, you know?
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with Queen Jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Now we're playing
with the Ace King.
Let's see if I have a heart I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
I have a best hand.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. This immense heads-up battle has begun. Strata says, well, it's been fun. Oh, time for me to say goodnight and goodbye for about 3 weeks. My trip starts tomorrow. You enjoy that trip, and I'll talk to you when you're back. Life in the fast lane, like a bat out of hell. You'll be gone when the morning comes. Good luck, God bless. Yes, he was indeed dead on the turn. I was so focused on an ace or an 8 popping off, I missed the set. That'll happen. Bird says, bye, folks. Thanks very much for your help, Bird, even though you're probably gone by now. And Johan, the main man, is gone also. Good night, Johan. There is the trophy they are playing for. I haven't been given any information that there's been any deal done. I don't think Florian Belan's going to deal when he has nearly 2-to-1 chip advantage. They both have secured a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. I don't think that ace-8 offsuit call was horrific by any manner of means, by the way, but if you put it into an ICM calculator, I don't think you want to be calling with the ace-8 offsuit variety there because of how much money is at stake between third and second. So about a 10 grand difference between second and first. 13,400 euro is the current payout. 23,400 euro for the winner. So we're watching a 10 grand heads up battle. 10s for Bilan, raised to 4.5 million. Puck says, don't worry folks, I'm here. You're not free to do anything you like. You'll never take our freedom. Puck says give a lot more freedom than others. Well, you wanted to be the poker police. You are the poker police. Power is a dangerous thing. Don't do it says, I am still in belief of that Tom folding ace-4 diamonds and ace-5 diamonds, but calling a 3-mil open with ace-8 offsuit. I believe he rejammed pre there with the ace-8 offsuit. That's a different ace-8 offsuit now, the one that happened blind v blind against traps. 3.5 million is the raise from Catalan. Balan will defend. Piece of it for both players. Straight draw for Balan, pair for Catalan. The 8 of spades rolling off here on the turn, giving Balan the straight. Catalan is going to bet a second time. Would we expect to see Catalan check this one the majority of the time? Tough to get called by worse. Obviously some straight draws and flush draws might continue. We do see Balan frequently raise when he has it. Always looking for that extra value. Does decide to just straight up rip. This seems like a lot to just be ripping here. We've got the nuts, buddy. Don't like this all in. Trying to get paid by a 2-pair or a combo draw type holding. But we're heads up. So difficult to make a hand. I would way prefer to see Balan just call. Votcha Exploita agrees with me and Freddy Krueger. No pair, no draw says, how does he run so hot? Yeah, he does run pretty good, all right, but he is one of the better players you'll see at Kings. Very accomplished. Balan fast approaching 100 million in chips. Milan going to bet with the best hand. Good shot, straight draw for Catalan. Turn is a king. Best hand now for Catalan. Goes check, check, and the river is a deuce. Cartland wins this one. Milan hoping to be good at showdown. Nearly 50 million now, playing 90, give or take. So they're going to be playing a lot of limp pots, it looks like, so far in the early goings of this heads-up battle. Open-ended now for Catalan on the turn. Looks like Bilan is going to go for a bet. That's quite a large bet. 8 million. Pot sized. Whoa! Was not expecting to see this. Crazy bluff here from Catlin. I expected to see the 7-4 go into the muck. I guess she's thinking, how can Bilan bet pot size here? The way it's played out. But with no real blockers here. We've seen Florin make sick calls like this before on the river, but this is going to be a bit of a stretch. And yes, the 10-8 going into the muck and take a bout. Catlin Dieck now playing 40 bigs. That's a huge shift in momentum in this heads-up battle and not a jam I was expecting to see on the river. So now it's game on. ISO says he certainly wasn't expecting that. Couldn't agree more. Catlin with the same hand again on the queen 4, queen 5. And Catlin wins another one and is now the chip leader. Colin betting 3 million. The Queen 3 deuce. Balan with the better pair. The better kicker. If there's an ace of diamonds, this one will get chopped up if it goes to showdown, which I would presume it will. $4 million is the bet. Well, Catalan gets Balan to fold a 3. Puck says could just shove again. Well, that shove on the river with the 7 high was very whimsical. I don't think that was the plan originally on the river. Just kind of went for it then. Balan raising to 3.8. Kings in the big blind here for Catalan. It's a 3 bet here to about 13 million. Sounds good to me. $13 million is the 3 bet. Balan folds an ace. Open-ended for Catlin, defending from the big. Balan flopping best. Very back and forward battle so far. Heads up between these two. $4 million is the bet from Balan on the turn. And the river is the 7 of diamonds. Balan going to win this one a showdown. Does he think he can get more value from a weaker jack, etc.? He is. Balan's going to 3-bet this one. Catlin opening with the 6-4 off suit. Balan wants to make it about 3x. Goes a little bit smaller. Catlin will fold. These two within 10 million of each other now. Once again, just a few bigs separating the two. $5 million is the bet from Balan with the full house. And Catlin will release. Argonaut says aces are kind of weak. I only play aces if they're suited. Yeah. Catlin betting 4 million. Bland has a piece of it. Usually just going to be check calling, especially with the king of spades. Got backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Turn gives him a flush draw now. Turn goes check, check. River is the king of hearts. Now, does Balan want to bet or let Catlin do the betting for him? A jack might call on the river. Perhaps a week or 10. Ace queen gets there, but it's unlikely. I think I might bet about 10 million here. Looks like he was going closer to pot. Catlin letting it go before the chips even went over the line. And we might see some chips go in here. Catlin flopping 2 pair. Florin with top pair with a better kicker. Florin's been known to play these ones aggressively and fast. Let's see what happens. Just decides to call. River is the deuce of diamonds. Now, Catalan wants to make largest sizing on the turn to set up a river jam. She can be doing this with some draws, flush draws, straight draws, and some strong hands, of course. We'll have a balanced range here. Definitely doesn't want to bet anything less than about 10 million. I like a bet of about 12, something around that area. $10 million is the bet. Where's the nine of spades? 37.2 million in this pot now. That nine of spades completes a lot of Catalan's bluffing hands. If she had a straight draw and some two pairs now, there's still king 10, king 9 out there. And for Florin, from Catalan's perspective, Florin might have a better hand now. But we are heads up. We do have two pair, and we've got a bet. Do we just go for it all? Class, what would you do in the chat? Let me know. Do we bet something like 13, 14 million to make sure a king pays? Or do we try to get greedy and go for it all? If we go for it all, it's hard to get called by a worse hand. I don't even know if I like what I'm saying. We are heads up. But you see, king 10 gets there. King 9 gets there. Jack queen gets there. What are we going to get called by if we shove all in? Sometimes you just have to stick it in and think of Ireland. We do go all in. There will be some flush draws and other straight draws here. And for Balan now, it's a big decision for his tournament life. Well, not his tournament life. He'd still have 7 bigs. But for a substantial portion of his chips, I reckon we're just going to see Balan fold now. Does let it go. No pair, no draws. I feel like it's hard to get called by worse, but I also think if opponents had better, they also might have let out. Very good analysis there. No pair, no draw. Land betting 3.5 million and the Jack 8-6. Catlin going to call. Turns the queen of diamonds. My question was no pair, no draw. I see your point there, and I would also assume this Catlin knows the floor and is likely a better player, at least more accomplished king, so go for it all when you were likely ahead. But it's very hard for us to get called when we overbet jam the river unless we are beat. There are a lot of hands that beat our two pair there by the river. You were saying, well, they might lead some of those hands, but should we not go for a smaller sizing somewhere around 12 or 14 million? Or size up a little bit more on the turn, and therefore it's basically pot size on the river. Not, it doesn't really matter too much. It's only barely over it. And you see that right on your screens. 1 million, 2 million, 2 million are now the blinds. 1 million small blind, 2 million big blind, but a 2 million running big blind ante. And they're talking to each other. Nice to see them having the crack. Playing a 10k heads up battle. Such a substantial amount of the winnings here. Remember Balan coming in nearly a 2-1 favourite. There's Catlin in the driving seat. Two pair for Belan. Could see some money go in here on the turn and river. $4 million is the bet from Catlin on the river. Belan going to win this one. Catlin calling the 12 million. And now it's 80 million playing 55 and change. $40 bigs playing 28. Still almost 70 big blinds in play. Garland going to call here with the flush, albeit 3 high. Gatlin was a World Series of Poker ring winner in 2017. Thank you, Apocalypse. 167,000 in tournament live earnings. $2 million is the bet from Florin. Catlin calling with a pair of threes. Turns to 5 of spades. Jack 5-6 is the flop. Look how even they are now. So even. These two will have played each other for years, I would imagine. Can't say that for sure, but they seem to be quite friendly. Definitely know each other's game very well. I know I've said that many times, but I'm saying it again. Walker says he doesn't want his results published, don't want the fame. Me neither, buddy. Sometimes the universe tends to unfold as it should. These things just happen. Fox says, why do you think I moved to a tiny group of islands 150 miles away from anywhere? To become a pastor, of course. Next question. Ace 5-3 is the flop. Who you got winning this one, by the way? Everyone let me know in the chat. $16 million in this pot on the river. Catley's going to check back. I'll be delighted to take that one down. Catlin re-jamming here on Florin, and Florin's got a monster. We could see Florin call this for 26 bigs. We are heads up. King Queen is a monster, heads up. Does call. Wow. Here we go. So we do see a pot of 113.8 million. Here we go. 4, 5, 6. Pretty good looking flop for Catalan. Oh, it's the king. The king of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Don't believe it. Now Catlin needing a 7 or an ace on the river, or Bilan is going to have a monstrous chip lead. River comes the 10 of spades. Wasn't expecting to see Catlin lose that hand for some reason, especially after the flop. Florin Bilan, in dramatic fashion, gets a king of kings. And we play on. 57 big blinds, now playing 11. Seems like a good time to mention how much stuff is coming up at Kings. You've got the Slovenian Poker Tour, KK $500,000 Masters next week. Well, this week into next Monday is when I'll be back in the booth. I don't have any information about the Kings Million pot limit Omaha just yet, but I would be expecting some streams around that time. And we've got the monstrous Pirates Poker Treasure. Arr! We've got the German Poker Masters. Hopefully to God, I have Alan to cover for me that Monday because I'll be playing the Irish Open. And that brings us into the GPD Mystery Bounty, the European Poker Festival, and the Deutsche Poker Tour. All before the start of the summer. If you wish to check out any of this schedule, just head over to the website, kingsresort.com. Fantastic value in all these events. Some of the best in Europe. What a year it's been already. Record-breaking events. The Italian poker sport on top. And wow, this could be it. Catlin wants this over with. Jams 11 bigs. Florin calls with the dominating Jack 8. They were playing very patiently for a while, but I think something had to give at some point. Six, 7, 4 is the flop. Catlin getting there on the flop. I don't believe this. And now Bilan needs a 5 or an 8. It's a 3. River is a 10. Catlin doubles up. Florin now playing 45 bigs to Catlin's 23. Still a 2-1 chip lead. Someone says Gargamel not done yet. Not sure what Gargamel means, but sounds spicy. Florin shoves with the ace-5 into Catlin. Looks like they've agreed to speed things up a little bit. Not going to be calling with 10-4 offsuit. Yeah, it was just someone being rude. Apocalypse in the chat. It's all right. It happens. I googled it, so you don't have to. Moving on. Yeah, no one ever uses Google to Google something that's respectable. Not really. Okay. Speaking of respectable, here's a respectable coin flip. Big flip indeed. Balan with the deuces. Diak with the Jack 10 suited. It is indeed the enemy of the Smurfs. Gold star for no pair, no draw. I thought it was something else at first. I wasn't sure. It sounded like a food or something. 10-9-7 is the flop. And that's fantastic flop for Catalan. Balan would still have 24 big blinds. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. The river is the queen of clubs. Catalan now ripping on Balan. Balan will fold 9-8 suited. I don't know if they agreed to maybe chop it up once they'd got as in the 10k, because when they came into the heads up battle, there was a 2-1 chip lead for Balan. Obviously, the more even they got, perhaps they were talking. I don't think we've had a break since. I didn't hear them talking about it at the table too much. There might have been a pause in the action. Trips for Balan here on the turn. 4 million is the bet, and 4 million is the call. And 14 million in the pot. I think we bet relatively big here, somewhere around 10 million. Try to get called by an 8 or a 9. That's somewhere around 10 million. And a little bit more, 12 and a half. And I think Catlin should fold this one, but the way this has been going, I'm not too sure. She does make a nice fold. Complete by Bilan. The Yak checks with the 7-5. What was Jack 8-4? Catlin going for a bluff. Bland might just pick this one off, you know, for this price. Does pick it off. Non-believer. And now they're not too far away from being even again. Catlin bets 2 million with the 3 deuce. Turn goes check, check. The river is an ace. Florin, I'm not sure how much he bet there, but it didn't matter. Catlin folding. Lan winning that one with the king jack. Catlin folding 10-8 off suit. What a heads up battle this has been. Give yourselves a round of applause if you're still with me in the chat. Philip says we're the real action army. I love it. Yappa Snap is still in the house, lurking away. Good men yourselves. Gold stars all around. 3 million is the bet from Catlin. Golan completing. Catlin is going to raise to 7 million. 5 million is the bet from Catlin with the flush draw into Florin, who's completely missed. Catlin betting 2 million this time with the 6 deuce. Picking up a lot of small pots is Catlin, and it's showing 75 million now playing 50. For the start of his hand, 55 set. Florin with the best of it here on the ace, 7, queen, 8. Checks over once more. I'm going to bet 12 mil. Now, let's see. No, Balan's going to let it go. I was going to say, has he got the minerals to call a second time here? Having the King of Hearts is bad. Blocks a lot of draws we would want Catlin to have as a bluff. Catlin raised to 7 mil. Milan shoving over the top with the ace queen of spades. No pair, no draws is an interesting choice to take this line with 8 deuce. So you want to have some of those hands that are just raising to try to take it down pre, but you can tell that they're getting a little bit impatient. So it's probably not the right combo to do it against Milan in that moment. He's probably limping with the intention of calling to see a flop in position, or what he done, shove over the top. So the 8 deuce is not the greatest time to do it, but sometimes you will just raise your rags to take it down pre. $2 million is the bet, $2 million is the call. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Carlin going to be betting this, I would think. Unlikely Bolan has an ace. Bolan showing a propensity to call light on rivers. Not the greatest board to be betting with Jack 8 here. But given the dynamic, he can get behind it. Wants to be betting around 10 million. That's 9. Yeah, I like this sizing. It's hard to know what Bolan would call with here as a hero. I'm not going to try put Bolan on a hero calling range on this river, but it could even contain things like, there you go, this is incredible. Wow. I tell you what, Catlin's called him. Wow. Okay. This is above my level of expertise now. The two of these know each other inside out and back to front. I don't know. Bolan raises. Catlin snaps him off. And that is a hell of a hand. I'm going to write that one down to review at a later date. I don't know how you even go about reviewing that. Hand 227. Incredible. In the normal realm, you would just see the Jack 8 check on the river. Instead, the Jack 8 bets chunky-ish. Gets raised to 21 million and change. And basically took what? I would say 15 seconds. Just seeing how much it was to call and called it. And if that doesn't give you confidence to take down this Polish Poker Masters title, nothing will. Bolan is on the back foot. Has to be a bit gun shy after that. For what it's worth, I don't really like his bluff on the river there. Again, they were getting it in willy-nilly, so unlikely either player contains an ace in their hand. sickness. Catlin takes that one down with ace queen off suit, and now Belan not running on empty, but needs to make something happen for him soon. Catlin takes that one down. Well, it's been a bit of a slog, nearly a 12-hour stream. Oh, we've got some real nugs, golden nuggets out of some of these hands. Catlin shoves with the 10-9 off suit, and Belan is going to call with queen deuce of spades. This could be it. 10-7-6 is the flop. Catlin Floor needing a lot of help as we hit the turn. Turn is an ace of hearts. River is the king of hearts, and that is going to do it. Boom goes the dynamite. This one has concluded. What a fun heads-up battle that was. Hope you've enjoyed the show. We're back next Monday, of course, for the Slovenian Poker Masters KK edition. Thanks everyone who tuned in. Thanks to moderators. Thanks to Apocalypse for sticking this one out. And commiserations to Belan, and well done to the winner, Catlin Diak. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website King's Resort. And for now, I'd say that's going to do it for me. I'm going to get out of here. We're on all the usual social media platforms, of course. Lovely score for both players remaining, and they got that 10k ticket. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.
Extra round you give? This one extra round you give?